follow anybody in her family.
No shot. I don't believe it. I see this type of stuff go on all the time behind the scenes with streamers of who's following who and all this shit. I watched this from Float a million times. Bullshit. Oh, I had conservatives send me information about just say 3-minute clips looks bad, but we need more context. You have to say it looks bad over and over. Oh, sure. I mean, it does look bad. I've said that. It looks bad. Yeah. I want to rewatch this whole video now. Now I'm seeing things that I wasn't noticing before, okay?
You're not taking the context.
Yeah, what is that thread of, I should have watched this video more closely when it first came out. I'm not even noticing. There's like 8-second cuts here too. What's going on here? How many cuts are in this video? I've never actually even paid attention to that before. So like here, that was a massive cut. 12:36:05. How much time did we just cut out? I said he's gonna start basically leaking shit. So we're gonna see, that's why I said shit is gonna get wild. Destiny, the YouTube comments in your latest video are cooking you for Crowder's take. Yeah, I mean, like, everything I said is 100% correct. Like, you can't judge a relationship status by a single fight, unless there's like some crazy shit going on. And there was nothing crazy in that video, right? This could be a fight of an 8-year-old couple that there's any number of factors that could have gone into this fight beforehand. There's any number of factors that could make Steven Crowder look horrible or even worse than he does. And there are a number of factors like, oh, fuck,
this guy self-deletes in 2 years, or I tier 5 sub.
It's just funny that like everybody goes through this phase where like we all saw it happen with the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing, and everybody's like, oh, maybe we should wait till all the information's out. And then we see it with Amaranth, and people are like, well, now we forgot about the Amber Heard stuff, and then we see it with like this shit, and now people are like, oh, it must be like, yo. There's literally why are you judging the relationship status as a condemnation of Crowder himself? It's so easy to just wait for more information. You understand that, right? You literally there is absolutely nothing at risk to just waiting for a little bit more information. You don't need to make a judgment right now. You don't need to have a strong opinion right now. You don't need to try to ascertain there's literally no upside to it whatsoever. There's no reason for it. You just wait, find some more information that comes out. I went over that article again yesterday, by the way. This Substack is hella sus. It is hella sus. I almost wonder if it's a hit piece. What about the menacing watch it? That was pretty over the line though. Seemed like a threat? You don't know. You have no idea. Maybe they'd set a boundary up before where like they didn't like certain words being thrown around and she was crossing the boundary. You have no idea. You literally just have no idea. You really have no idea. You don't know. And there's literally no reason to speculate early on. Like, why not just wait? Didn't the Crowder video literally say they're going to not post more about it? Keep the legal case as private as they can? If they did say that, then it's even more sus. How many times in this article are they saying things like, in audio files and text messages I received, which ones? Why don't you post any? I also reviewed text messages, extensive audio files, and personal videos. Where? Why don't you post any? The night before she gave birth, they exchanged a series of text messages about separating. Hillary, here's one text message from her. Where are the rest? What's the context? In the review of audio, video, and text messages, Steven Crowder repeatedly admits that he's a volcanic temper. Where is the audio, video, text messages? Where are they? Why not post any of it? Why is so much of this article about the Daily Wire? Why is there a good chunk of this article dedicated to the Daily Wire? That's so weird. Why would this be here right now? This video up here, this video is 2 years old. Why are we seeing it now? Why does so much of this article include the Daily Wire? Why is the biggest quote that this article contains from a letter from the family, and then the second biggest one from a video that Steven Crowder's already posted? Why is it that at the end of this video, before Steven Crowder says the most incriminating thing that he could have said?
The dogs, put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication?
As the Crowders head inside, Steven gets angrier and angrier by his own admission. His own admission? Where? Why isn't this linked? Is it in a court document? Is it public access? Is there a video backing it up? I will f you up at his pregnant wife. If this is...
Take Betty.
Why is there no video or audio of this? At all? There's not audio outside we can hear a little bit? This writer is a big left Twitter guy. He used to follow him for New Year's stuff, and then he started getting super brain in. Yeah, I don't know. This article is Destiny goes full conspiracy mode. Okay, yeah, they can't win. Never mind. So what I was gonna say, Steven Crowder is a conservative, therefore he was abusing his wife. Boom, there you go. I figured all that out in 3 minutes. Like, if you don't have like a modicum of incredulity, what am I thinking of? Hold on, incredulity. Incredulity, just a little bit. It's just really weird. Also, Substack. Why do you link every comment? There must be a way to auto collapse this shit. It lags the page up like crazy. Destiny, yes, no question. Do you think she seems to be legitimately scared of escalation in the situation they're in a way that Melina wouldn't have if you said, I will f you up in a heated argument? He doesn't say, I will f you up in this video, though. So I don't know what you're talking about.
You give up so easily?
I don't give up, Steven.
You give up so easily? I just said the only way out of this is just...
So, like, I don't know. Like, it depends. Okay, this is a little bit cringe. But I think I actually have a trigger. I found this out in a fight that me and Melina had like 2 years ago. I have a trigger for women grabbing me. It actually, it absolutely triggers the out of me, and it puts me in a really weird space. There was a fight where me and Melina had where I didn't want to talk to her. I was getting tired or whatever. I didn't want to have the conversation. We were screaming at each other, whatever. And then she goes to grab me, and I almost like lose my mind. It's like the worst feeling in the world. Probably because it triggers my old, I guess my old like domestic abuse shit. If you would see a clip of that, what you would probably think is, wow, Melina probably hits this guy a lot, or Melina's really physically abusive, because as soon as she puts her hands on him, his whole demeanor changes. But like, that you don't know that from that one fight, because these are from like prior experiences I have, right? You have no idea like what. That's what I'm just saying. It's so stupid. And I understand, like a lot of you guys like maybe 20 something, or you've never had like more than 1 or 2 relationships before, or you've never been in fights before. You can't ascertain the status of an entire relationship on a 3.5 minute fight video. It's just not fair. You can't. You don't know it. And it's so easy to just wait for more information to come out. All you have to do is just wait for more information. That's it. There's no reason to jump. There's no reason to jump to conclusions about it. You don't gain anything by trying to be first. There's no reason for it. I was allowed to listen to some audio but not publish it. I will make this even more clear in the piece. Here's the real question. Who gave you the audio? His response to being called abusive was, watch it, which absolutely seems like a control trigger response. Talking in the article about how he'd been trying to manage his temper and that this is the first blow in a while. It could easily be him trying to say, watch it. You know what that phrase does to me specifically? Yeah, sure. There are times when, I hate going into my own like personal fights, whatever. There are times when me and Melina fight sometimes, and fuck, I don't want to say it. There are certain words that sometimes she'll use because she knows it'll trigger me online, and then she'll say that word, and I'll be like, and then I'll be like, you retarded, why are you saying this, right? It'll like, because she knows how to trigger the out of me, and I know how to trigger the out of her. But like, I could totally see somebody. People are thinking that when Steven Crowder says like, watch it, I'm gonna fucking choke you out, bitch. Like that's what they're thinking in their head. But it could literally be that like, and again, it could also be that he is threatening her. Crowder could be threatening her. He could be like, watch it, or you know what happened last time. I'm gonna come upside that fucking head of yours. I'm gonna smack you so hard, your fucking pregnant twins are gonna get concussions, right? That could be the case. Or it could just be, yeah, like you said, maybe he's been in therapy for like abusive shit before, or he's been in therapy because his wife doesn't think he treats him well, and now he's saying like, you're an abuser, and that's like a trigger for him. Like, watch it. What do you mean I'm an abuser? I've been going to therapy for this. Why would you throw this word at me, right? Could be. You have no idea. You don't know. You don't know. You just don't know. You have no idea. Oh, but anyway, who made the... Here's what I want to know. Here's the real question. Nobody... Apparently journalists just don't care about this anymore. God, the age of Substack is such dog shit. Happened with the Twitter files too. Who made this available to Yasher and why? Has that ever been answered? Because that would also dramatically change how I view this. Because if it was the case that he's like, oh, last night Ben Shapiro came over and he dropped off some stuff for me, that changes things a lot, right? Or if the wife sent it and she was like, I want out, like, you know, you have no idea. You should read the YouTube comments to the latest video because it'll trigger it. No, I already know how it's gonna, because like for you guys, it's like puppies, animals, and like any kind of domestic situation, like always sends people into automatic shutdown brain mode. Like there's not even really any point for me to cover it because that's where people's minds are always gonna go. Why is it that your fans keep making this mistake? We've been through this so many times. No. It's not. it's not my fans, it's everybody. Like, as much as you guys will meme on it and everything, as soon as you see like a crying or afraid white woman, your brain's like shut down, and it's like, oh shit, it must be an abuser. It's like, it's got to be like a super instinctual thing. But I mean, like, you see the same shit happen, like even in my circles, right? Where it's like, oh, woman making false allegations is the worst thing ever, and then Lav is on everybody's stream. It's like, oh, it's okay, right? Or it's like, oh, don't trust women just when they say hashtag believe all women. That's the dumbest thing ever. And then you see a 3-minute video of like a white woman like upset, and it's like, oh my god, abuse. And I was like, yeah, but it's just a natural. Do you think this will end Crowder's career? I have no idea. Crowder's under attack by like 50 million people right now. Candace Owens, did she just release a video saying like Steven Crowder is a monster or something? Am I wrong or what? Why do people get up in arms when Destiny says wait for the full story, but everyone doesn't understand when Asmongold says it? Asmongold's fan base is probably significantly more right-leaning than mine. So my fan base is ready to jump down Crowder's throat immediately just because it's Steven Crowder. X agrees with Destiny on Crowder. This Crowder says, well, I don't know why everyone's making ridiculous conclusions from leaked audio / video, Twitter Andes. I've taken poppers like 3 times. It was not that amazing for me, but trans person I take it with this fucking an orgasm heaven. It depends on the Coomer part. Cool. Well, we've got the X validation.
I think the part of the reason why he's saying this is because he's worried that if like some shit came out of him, that he would look like bad. Okay, that's why he's doing this. That's it.
God, he's such a fucking piece of shit fucking loser. Oh my
situations
god.
are different.
Wait.
Oh my god. So XQC probably gave the same take that I did, because my take is very reasonable, that you can't evaluate a person's relationship based on a 3-minute fight, right? Might be that Crowder's abusive. Steve Crowder looks abusive. He does. But his wife also might be really fucked up. But we don't know. We don't have the information, right? His reaction could be anywhere from like understandable but bad to he's a crazy piece of shit. But we don't know. So XQC basically gave, I think, that take. And now Hassan is like, I bet it's because XQC is a fucking abuser. And he's worried it's going to get leaked.
Oh, play it again?
I think the part of the reason why he's saying this is because he's worried that if like some shit came out of him, that he would look like bad. Okay, that's why.
What do you think about your? Yeah,
that's it.
You think that's a fair take from
your
boy there?
Situations are
if
different.
Hassan says XQC is an abuser, XQC is an abuser.
Wow, I like how you deflect with humor there. That's good because you don't. Okay, let's see what XQC's take was. I bet it was really smart. I bet he had a really good take here.
I'm supposed to not take the video at face value, but I thought we were gonna take this video at face value. So which one is it? Do we take things at a face value or not? Oh, I get it.
Because conservative.
This guy, we like him. We don't take it at face value. But this guy, we don't like him. We have to get face value. Oh, shit. That is quite unlucky. Sorry, man. That's fantastic. I love this shit. It's so fun.
I haven't ever seen a man plays Destiny so hard. Jesus Christ, bro.
Well, because nobody like Disney. Because Destiny tells you how it is. Because Destiny tells you how it is and understand relationship dynamics.
I do.
When you are a single dumb fuck who's never fucking seen the side of a woman, it is what it is.
I do understand dynamics for relationships and everything. Yeah. Really good understanding. Anything else? Okay. God. He just speaks truth, you know? It's crazy how people can make a story fit their particular issue. The Steven Crowder case shows how the design of suburbs can leave women especially vulnerable to partners' abuse. Oh, unironically? Actually? Yeah, a little bit. I think we should make, when the election season rolls around, we should make like the top 3 to 5 like issues. Having people that live around you that you can like talk to and be friends with and shit, I think probably does a lot of good things for mental health, right? Like even having like Farah living here and being able to DM someone like, hey, do you want to go out to get food or whatever? Like, or when I lived with Mr. Mooten before he abandoned us, or New Salsa, like being able to DM people like, hey, do you want to go out and like do something or like chill, or even just to go downstairs and just like see a friend or whatever. I actually think that is way more liberating. It's the feeling of it's the same feeling you get when you live in the suburbs and you become old enough to ride a bike. And then all of a sudden you can go and visit friends you never could before without having to walk like an hour or whatever, without having to ask mom or dad for a ride, in my opinion. And like, that's like, it's just like, it's a freeing feeling where you're like, oh shit, I can like go out and see people. And being like trapped in a house all day where you need a fucking car to do anything, like, I don't know. Zerka is live with Lav. No shot. What the fuck?
You're so
Why is she on? That's not her. That's not Lav.
The fuck? That's not Jewish.
Oh no, that's the dog she blew. It is her. What is happening? Why? What? As long as listen, as long as they don't talk about me, I don't care. All right, Candace Owens. Oof, Daily Wire is on full force attack. Also, I am being a little conspiracy brained. Okay, ready? Conspiracy brain. I think the Steven Crowder thing, I think it is a Daily Wire hit piece. I think it was somebody from them that sent that material to that Yar whatever person. I think it was. That's my conspiratorial mindset right now. I think that's what happened, but we'll see. Okay. Anyway, here we go.
Talk about Steven Crowder. A lot of you guys have probably seen his live stream this morning where he brings me up. So we're going to have to respond to that, obviously, because he makes some pretty heavy implications and insinuations in his video that are so patently false that it's shocking to me that a man with his following would be stupid enough to put this onto a platform. So let's first back this up in case you don't know.
Can somebody give me the history? Why does she fucking hate Steven Crowder? Because she hates him. Did you see the writer of that article follow you today? Oh, awkward. She's an opportunist. It feels like it's personal. It feels like something happened where she...
You know who Steven Crowder is? It's totally plausible. He sort of lives on the internet. Steven Crowder is
like
somebody who has a show
job
called Louder with Crowder, who had something very terrible happen to him at the end of last year. The Daily Wire came to him with a $50 million term sheet. He was offered $50 million. I know, horrible, terrible. He was so upset by this that he then decided to do a video in which he calls out essentially all of the Daily Wire hosts, myself included, for accepting slave-like contracts. These were the very heavy implications of that video, that his followers needed to stop Big Con, talking about how we are all existing and we're kowtowing. And of course, we responded forcefully to this because it's simply not true. The idea that I'm somehow in bed with big tech or that I'm dishonest in what I do simply because we didn't accept, I guess, his counter offer to the $50 million contract is pointedly ridiculous. Now, why are we talking about him again? Well, in closing back in January, I essentially said that we were no longer going to talk about Steven Crowder, and I instead offered that people should pray for him because obviously, when a man does something like that, he is broken. You don't do something like that to your friends unless there is something going on in your personal life.
Oof. I see my theory is very true, that the attacks from your own side have got to be so much worse. Like, if you're Steven Crowder and people like me are saying, like, oh, he's racist, he's sexist, he's blah, blah, blah. Like, who the fuck cares? Steven Crowder hates me. He knows I hate him. But hearing, like, Candace being like, this is a broken man. His spirit is void. His, like it's just got to be like, oof. It's just way more, like, conservative, you know?
Well, Steven Crowder announced this morning that he is going through a divorce, and I want to show you bits of that video. Take a listen.
Bro, oh, from his video, okay, never mind.
But needed to take a moment here to address some issues out there that are circulating. It's never fun, but well, I guess let me be clear here. I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice.
I like how mad he is that one person can choose to get divorced. Like, I should be able to keep my wife locked up here forever. He's very fixated on that point. Jesus.
Okay, so in the open, you get it. Steven Crowder is a victim. Once again, he's always a martyr for his belief. He's always a victim. And this time, it's the proverbial boot on the neck. He's literally George Floyd. So the idea here is you need to feel really bad for Steven Crowder right away because he's got a boot on his neck. Let's see what else he said.
So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steven has a lot going on. I guess is the best way to say it.
There's our
There's a lot
girl,
going on, and that
Candy.
should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on.
That's not racist anyway, right? Is it?
In their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. You know, Stephen purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, some things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
That actually, now looking back on everything, that kind of is a threat. She is super threatening that there, right? I hate Crowder, and I think that he overplayed his Daily Wire hand, like a fucking piece of shit. I guess it's all business or whatever, but she is threatening him there, right? If I feel like the public needs to know, why the fuck would the public need to know anything about his divorce? That is kind of weird.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now,
what are you typing? Sorry, Crowder messages me sometimes because he's telling me, because I get paid like a lot from the Louder with Crowder Mug Club. There's a percentage that goes to me as long as I do PR for him. That's why I'm like excusing all the abuse and everything according to my subreddit. So, you know.
Some other issues have been, or I should say, inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes.
So much that I want to say here. First and foremost, if you're a person that watches his show, how do you not see that he is so obviously acting and that he is a very bad actor? Do you feel bad for him when he says that? When he says, if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, well, if you are familiar with the idea of extortion, you should realize that that video that he just showed of me wasn't that. Nobody threatened him. Nobody made demands behind closed doors. His insinuation that I knew about his divorce before he decided to attack the Daily Wire is a pointed lie. Let me tell you what
Yeah, I'm curious what your explanation is, because now when I listen to it now, again, seeing the divorce and everything that's come out and all the new information and everything, it kind of does feel like when she's, because I'm trying to think what could she possibly say right now, unless she might be talking about other contract negotiations. When she says there are things that the public needs to know, like it feels like you're just threatening somebody, right? Sorry, Jesus, so many things going on today.
Actually went on behind the scenes. Stephen Crowder on election night was our friend. He was on the backstage with all of us, laughing, having a great time. He even sent me a retrospectively very flirty message thereafter on Instagram about how nice I looked on election night, even though I didn't respond to it. Thereafter, obviously, he attacked the Daily Wire. He decided to record his friend, Jeremy Boring, and to release the recording out of context to make it seem like Jeremy Boring knows that he's employing all of us like we're slaves, right? This is what Stephen Crowder did. We had a right to respond forcefully to all of his claims. We all did that on our different platforms. And then I said to myself, just sitting there one day, why is he doing this? It's a very simple question and an obvious question that any person would ask. This is not normal behavior. It's very erratic to go from being friends with somebody, being with them on election night, laughing, having a great time, to suddenly wanting to ruin their entire company and launching Stop Big Con. It's bizarre behavior. I turned to my husband and I said, where's his wife in all of this? Isn't she so supposedly a Christian?
What?
I'm just thinking about the way that I talk about everything in my life with my husband. Every night I'm talking to him about what.
It's so funny listening like in on this, because like this line probably plays well, I guess, with conservatives, because they're like, yeah, your wife you would talk to about, but like it's so obviously like that's such a stupid bullshit thing. Like what?
What's going on at work? I thought to myself, where is Hillary Crowder in all of this? How did she not tell him not to do something this vicious and this disgusting? And then I said to my husband, I bet they're not even together. I logged on to Instagram and I found Hillary Crowder's Instagram account and I looked to see, and it turned out that she didn't follow Steven Crowder and that Steven Crowder didn't follow her. He didn't follow anybody in her family.
No shot. I don't believe it. I see this type of stuff go on all the time behind the scenes with streamers of who's following who and all this shit. I watched this from Float a million times. Bullshit. Did like, oh, well, after a night of him, an election night, I noticed that he was lacking guidance from his wife, so we decided to check in. Bullshit. I bet there was a ton of talk behind the scenes about them having trouble. I bet there was a ton of talk, and that's why they knew that people had like unfollowed and everything. Guaranteed. Guaranteed, guaranteed, guaranteed.
Family, and she wasn't following anybody in his family. That was my aha moment. Clearly, there was some sort of a separation. Now, this might sound like crazy CIA stuff, woman stuff. It's exactly what happened. I then spoke to Jeremy at the Daily Wire, and I said, do you think that him and his wife were potentially separated? And he said, no, 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 no. Obviously, it's his friend. He would have known whether or not they were separated, except he didn't. He actually had no idea if they were separated either. Finally, we decided in conclusion, Jeremy advised, that we just stay out of it, that this is actually not our business, but at least it actually felt good to learn that he was going through something privately because it assigned some reason for something that he did that was so horrific and so irrational to his friends. And finally, we said, okay, this is a broken man. This is what I was thinking. This is a broken man who is on some sort of a spiral. It is likely his divorce that led to this moment. He's acting erratic, he's acting panicked, and this at least gives us some sort of an excuse for why he behaved this way. That's it. That's the big scary story. I then went onto my platform and I said, pray for Steven Crowder, honestly, because that's what he needs. He needs a prayer. And apparently, nobody's answering those prayers right now because he's still acting erratic. He's now upping the ante and suggesting that I extorted him. I will not take that lightly, okay? I am not Hillary Crowder. I am not anybody in his family. I am not going to take somebody going onto his platform and alleging that I either harassed, threatened, or did anything that would put his children at risk. That is very serious stuff that he is saying. And so what I did this morning after this clip was sent to me is I contacted a defamation lawyer, and I am sending Steven Crowder a cease and desist. And I'm going to demand a full-throated retraction to the idea that Candace Owens threatened him or extorted him. And not that I simply did a little math. 1 + 1 = 2. A crazy man doing these sorts of things to his friends obviously means that something is going on personally. Honestly, this time, I'm not even going to suggest that anybody should pray for him. I am so deeply troubled by the idea.
Guys, we've gotten to the point to where we're withholding prayers, okay? Now you know it's serious. Gee, conservatives are a fucking trip, dude.
That he's trying to insert me into this narrative pertaining to his divorce. I'm frankly angry about this. So I'm going to hope that he does the right thing, okay? That he does another one of his live feeds on the exact same platform and via the exact same medium and offers me an apology and takes back every single word that he says. And, by the way, if you think that that's bad, here's how he decided to end this clip pertaining to his divorce.
Tell us.
It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own.
Oh, you know what? Oh man, my subreddit's is gonna get triggered for me running defense for Steven Crowder. You know one thing that could be at play here? It's possible, or this could not be it at all. But like him saying that it's her choice on her own, at the very least, rather than it's like, because one way to read that is like, oh, he's like some crazy manipulative, evil piece of shit that's like doesn't want her to have agency or whatever. However, another reading of that could just be that like they're announcing a divorce, he knows it's gonna happen, there's nothing he can do to get away from it. Well, listen, I'm a Christian man. I would never get divorced. It was all her choice. I would never, ever, ever divorce my wife while we have kids, etc. Right? That it could be like his way of trying to save face publicly, maybe. Are they mad that you're defending Steven Crowder, or mad at how you're defending it? No, it's just because of Steven Crowder. That's the only reason people care. Who am I subreddit?
In that I picked wrong.
I picked wrong. Wow. how kind, how loving. You really must have loved this woman, Steven Crowder. Again, I don't know who's buying your act anymore. I certainly haven't bought it from the very beginning. It's very obvious to me exactly what you are. You come across to me as a very dishonest individual. It seems to me, Steven, that you really, for whatever reason, want to insert me into this narrative. Like, there is just something about me that you are hyper-focused on. And so I want to help you a bit. And really, I want to help your wife, because you essentially just used your platform. Millions of people have access to your platform. She doesn't have the same, to insult her. You picked the wrong woman, okay? So here's what I would like to do. I would like to invite Hillary Crowder onto my platform because she doesn't have one.
Oh, would she accept? If she invites her and she accepts, I'm raising my Bayesian, okay? I'm raising this to like 85% that article that was posted was a setup from the Daily Wire. If there's an episode, actually, maybe 90%. If there's an episode with Candace Owens and Crowder's wife, the whole thing was a setup, 100%. If the fact that she even says it is like bolstering my prior so much. Jesus.
And because her ex-husband apparently just used his to insult her, to say that he picked the wrong woman, I find that to be really despicable. So Hillary Crowder, if you are watching, you are more than welcome to come on my show and to talk about what's actually going on. Because as I said, I don't trust a single word that comes out of Steven's mouth. Damn. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for today. So you can go ahead and click the link in the description and subscribe right now.
Holy shit. This would be some next level, because Crowder basically, in a conspiratorial sense, Crowder conspiracy the Daily Wire, right? He registered that site beforehand. Oh my God. I might actually turn into a Nazi. Maybe I'll believe like the Jewish fucking cabal running everything. Like Crowder was like, I'm gonna take it to these Goldsteins. I'm gonna go hard and I'm gonna outmaneuver them. And then they were like, oh ho ho. Oy vey, sneaky, sneaky. Holy shit. This would be like 27-dimensional chess if they actually came back like this. And it was all like a fucking... But then also, to be fair for all of that, Crowder's a fucking idiot to stir this much shit with a company if he'd already been fucking divorced. How wild is that? I think the person who released the info to the writer was herself and her lawyer in order to gain public sympathy. But what does she need public sympathy for? I don't understand that, you know? It's funny how Destiny has no problem pushing sneaking conspiracy theories, but LOL, but it's just me when Sneaker does it. Conspiracies happen, my dude. You understand that they happen. You just need evidence for them. You have to like point to things that like make it like, oh, is it possible? Is it not possible? It's still possible, by the way, that there is no conspiracy here and that just happened to be. But like, there's a lot of weird, like this video is 2 years old. That webpage was really strangely written. I don't know why it had so much information about Steven fighting with the Daily Wire. Like everything is like lining up. And Steven Crowder had just, in a conspiratorial sense, tried to snake and fuck over the Daily Wire, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Damn. If his wife goes on Candace Owens' show, oof. Also a Crowder fucking Daily Wire conspiracy of them trying to fuck each other over. It's not on the same level as every medical, governmental, corporate, and academic institution in the world coming together for a fucking COVID-19 hoax. You brain dead fucking retard. What is the percentage that you think your conspiracy is real? Like 20, 30%? My percentage right now, based on everything I've seen, is, well, before that Candace Owen videos, I would say it's about like 16% is what I'd put it at. After this Candace Owens video, we're bumping it up to like 30%, I think, right? But if she goes on Candace Owens' show, I'm thinking like 80%. That would just be unbelievable. It would be like 80, 90%. It would be unreal. That's not even content that the Daily Wire should have any part in. That's an unbelievable, like, or unless I've missed something, most of the Daily Wire shows and reportings, it's generally like pretty news-based, pretty fact-based, pretty punditry. They don't do like a lot of drama digging. It's Ben Shapiro's platform. To have Steven Crowder's divorced ex-wife go on to a show on the Daily Wire. That's just so bizarre. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. No chance Yasher is working with the Daily Wire. Come on. The thing is, he doesn't have to be working the Daily Wire, right? They could just say, like, let's leak this to, like, leftist media. This is starting to get a little bit more on the conspiratorial side. But, like, if somebody really wanted me, I think I've actually had people do this to me before. Let me see if I can think of an example where a conservative has come to me with stuff to leak about another conservative. I'm trying to remember who this happened. I had a lot of people. I had some surprisingly big names message me after my Milo Yiannopoulos debate. And I've had multiple smaller conservative people, like I'll say, like Laura Loomer DM'd me and congratulated me on the Milo debate. She wasn't giving me dirt or anything yet, but like Laura, so that debate got out to a lot of people. I did have people messaging me to try to like leak dirt on Milo, and that's not Laura Loomer, but other people. But that would be an example of like, it's probably other conservatives that want to see Milo fall that would leak dirt to me, a lefty, knowing that I'd want to report on it, right? That's not like that. That's not that insane. Oh, I had conservatives send me information about Paul Joseph Watson. That N-word clip, the one that I tweeted first, but I gave it a bad title, and then it broke later in some other thing. That N-word audio clip was originally, well, I don't know if I'll say it was originally leaked to me, but I'm pretty sure it was leaked to me before that reporter that wrote the story on it by a conservative person that wanted, because they knew that I would like tweet it out and report on it. It wasn't Lauren. It was actually a lady that emailed me, but yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. He's being 100% contrarian because everyone is on the hate train for Crowder, so his videos on the topic will top the algorithm on YouTube. It's deleted. Oh, I should just ban you. I don't know how to ban you. If you think I'm contrarian, you point out the flaw in my logic, you retarded f. Well, now you can't because now you're banned, so. This will bolster Crowder's platform. No, this is gonna be pretty rough for. This is gonna be pretty rough for Crowder. Just say 3-minute clips looks bad, but we need more context. You have to say it looks bad over and over. Oh, sure. I mean, it does look bad. I've said that it looks bad. Yeah. Okay, and then what do we got here? One final.
Topic: Steven Crowder. If you aren't aware, Steven Crowder's a right-wing commentator, very popular right now. I think he's shifted to Rumble, not much on YouTube as much, and he's been going through a divorce. Now, why should you care? Honestly, you probably shouldn't. But Steven Crowder, he's been involved in a few different situations recently. Now, the divorce comes after his wife alleges that he was emotionally abusive in the relationship itself. There's a Ring video as well as an article that's came out from a Substack by Yashar. And there's also
kept it private, but people in positions of power knew that this was happening, with him alluding to extortion and threats about exposing that information, then playing a clip of Candace Owens speaking about him. There, she seems to question his Christianity, says that he's going through a lot, says we should pray for him. And then you had Owens uploading a video titled "Steven Crowder accused me of extortion," saying he always paints himself as the victim, saying no one's threatened him or made demands behind closed doors, saying Crowder sent her a flirty Instagram DM on midterm election night that he didn't respond to. Really? That he began his attacks on the Daily Wire, and concluding that the divorce is why he's spiraling and acting erratic. She then sends Crowder a cease and desist, demanding a full retraction, and then invites Crowder's wife on her show. So with all of that, I gotta say, I don't care about that part. Let him fight it out.
That's messy. When your political opponent is basically saying like, "Yo, wife, come, throw some dirt on."
That's crazy, dude.
But for me, what was the most interesting was the insight that it gave on what he and people like him think should be legal or not. With Crowder very much seemingly not a fan of the law.
My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. It's no one's fault but my own in that I picked wrong.
So, that's how he feels about it. He describes it. He claims that Candace Owens is extorting him, hasn't provided any proof. Kind of a crazy allegation, but whatever. So let's play the video of how Steven Crowder treats his wife.
That's foul. That's gonna be super. I know you hate the dude, but goddamn.
I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do rightful things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
Oh shit! I actually hold on. Am I hearing this right? Oh god, you guys are gonna think I'm dick sucking Crowder so much.
You were not taking boundaries.
Damn.
Because I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel.
Oh man. I don't like talking about this because you guys are such fucking haters. This line, when he says, I drew a boundary at abusive and cruel, it does sound like they either were in therapy or they'd made an earlier agreement that in disagreements, she's not allowed to call him abusive or cruel. That those are like words that are going to trigger him or set him off. That's what it sounds like when he says, I missed that the first time.
Sorry, honey, it is the law. If you want to divorce me, you have to fight me in trial by combat. I'll make the rules.
I thought that he was making a reference to like, you're being abusive and cruel, but it sounds like he's saying that I drew the line, and that's probably why he gets so triggered later on when she says it and he says, watch it. That actually perfectly fits.
I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do rightful things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
You already said it was a possibility. Agree when Jace. Yeah, no, I said it was a possibility, but I didn't hear this line before. I didn't contextualize it that way. Like where I drew the boundary, I didn't hear that.
I have steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect a man? Yes, how do you man? How do you man receive love and respect?
Mind you, this lady is pregnant. Like, not little pregnant. That belly bigger than a motherfucker.
8 months pregnant.
And you're not gonna let her take the car? You wanna let her take the Uber?
Because apparently they only have one car.
And?
Yeah, it was wild, like saying the Uber thing.
And?
It's just like...
What? No. What's your point?
I don't understand why they wouldn't have multiple cars. That's weird.
Yeah, that's really strange. Now, like I said, it could be the case that there's a car in the shop, or it could also be the case that Crowder intentionally only has one car, so she's like restricted to the home. But again, I don't know. I don't know the situation, you know?
I don't care about that.
Maybe the car's being repaired, or maybe the car's broken, or maybe they sold it. But it's just
you don't have to have to.
Oh, okay, yeah, Abba's bringing it up. Oh, Abba glazing on that Destiny dick. I know you're stealing my takes, motherfucker.
It doesn't matter
because it's during the quarantine. So basically, he's saying like, if you take it, then I can't leave, and she's not specifying when she's gonna come back. I'm trying to listen. Everybody's shitting on him. I'm just trying to
Then your unpregnant ass take the Uber then. Okay?
True.
If she's good enough to take an Uber because she's pregnant, your unpregnant, manly fucking right-wing ass.
Well, Brett, why'd you say right-wing?
Because usually they're more about, gender roles and stuff like that. I'm the man.
That is true. Why couldn't Crowder just Uber?
And I'm the one that's strong. So if you're the man, you're the one that's strong, and she's the one she's gonna run the errands. You're gonna take your manly hands with the Uber.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. The fuck you mean?
Okay.
Pregnant?
Okay.
You a special kind of soft.
How do we man? No, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
You're not taking the car.
Steven,
You are not.
then I will ask them to take the car. Would you like me to ask?
Right?
It's not correct, Steven.
Give it an Uber.
Okay, dude, I've seen so many abusive relationships, okay? I know everybody thinks, oh, Destin must have abused people like this. No, I haven't had this, but I've seen a lot of them. This line to me, okay, now again, keep in mind, everything I say is speculation, okay? So I could be wrong, okay? Oh, I want to rewatch this whole video now. Now I'm seeing things that I wasn't noticing before, okay?
You're not taking the car.
Yeah, what is that thread of who should I ask? Let me tell you, NNN, okay? Mr. Virgin Relationship Guy, don't worry, I'll help you sort this one out, okay? I know you are lost here, okay? Let me help you, all right? I know it's not 1,000 days of squatting, okay? It could be the case when he responds that way, okay? Now, I don't know, but it could be the case when he responds that way that she's saying something along the lines of like, oh, you're not gonna let me take the car? Well, I'm gonna call a friend and I'm gonna tell her that you're not letting me leave the house. That, if she's done that in the past, that could be the threat, right? That like, oh, I can't take the car? I'll call Sam and I'll have her pick me up again and tell her that you won't let me go anywhere, right? Now that I don't know, but it could be the case. No, I'm agreeing there's a threat. I didn't mean Ella Hug to be a threat. Curious. Oh, sorry. Kill yourself. I thought you were trolling me.
not
Then
get
I
me.
will ask them to take the Uber. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
Is that what Steven?
Get an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
I guess.
And that's why he's telling her to take an Uber instead, because it sounds like she's like going to contact a friend that he's like that she's complained about him to before. Maybe, right? Keep in mind, a lot of this is like we're just reading into the ethers. We don't have more information, but it could also be the case that he's just really controlling. But I'm trying to think of why would he say, is that a threat though? I'm trying to think of that, but. Destiny, you're making huge jumps when you preach about waiting till info comes out on other subjects. What I'm telling you is that I'm speculating. I'm being open about it. I'm honest. I am speculating. I don't know, okay? But you guys have all jumped 100% on board with the wife who has selectively released this 3.5-minute video with the worst part apparently cut out at the end, and your brain is completely shut off going, oh, 100% she must be right, and this is like all of these, right? I'm just writing what could be the context of these statements, okay?
Pick me up. Getting an Uber. I just let somebody go pick her up. She made a compromise. So I don't even understand what's going on right now. But again, this is the weird thing. We're seeing a conversation 3 minutes long in the middle of something. I don't
know what the problem is. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, that's true. Like, what is happening here? Like, what is this stuff about the dog and the medication? And why does she need the car? How long is she taking for? Why does he need the car? What's like, yeah, we have no idea what's happening, what this fight is even over right now.
Like, off on Steven Crowder because so many people who are different, who are not connected to him or not connected to each other, have alleged that he's very controlling. He has a bad temper. He's very and you know, the stuff that he handled with the Daily Wire was really shady in my opinion. So this is like falling in line with what a lot of people say about him. Yep. I would give a normal person the benefit of the doubt because he's got such a bad rep online. This should look kind of crazy.
Even with a bad rep, being so fucking adamant about the fucking car, and you're letting her take a Uber, it's like, who raised you?
Yeah, but you don't know the world of context that exists in a long marriage like this.
I understand what you're saying.
Maybe she's not been helpful at all throughout the whole marriage.
Even if she is, she's taking an Uber to do the groceries. That's her action. If she hasn't been helpful, and now she's taking the car.
It sounds like she's gonna leave, and she's not specifying when she's coming back, which might be the issue.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Like, oh, I'm not gonna be able to go anywhere. Like, if she's going for the groceries, she's gonna be gone for what, like an hour, bro? Like, are you so trapped in the house you can't leave for an hour? Like, is she leaving all day? That's why it's so weird. Like, what is the context of this? That's why I want more context for this conversation. Like.
At hand here.
I can understand.
So again, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. But to me, what indicts him is the prior.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Feeling some constraints?
Steven.
Like, I can't go. Listen to me.
Steven.
You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're gonna take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of.
Why can't he call his friends? Like, what does that mean? Is everything broken at the house? Like, Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me. Now, that could just be him being abusive or exploitative, right? He might be like, anytime you leave, you're over, so I need to keep you boxed in, right? That could be an abuser tactic. It's truly, it could be. He could be, wait. Go back to where he says groceries. Oh, I was just saying, like, what is this him saying, like, I can't call my friend?
Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym.
I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. Okay, that's fine. You have to drive there. I can't call my friends?
I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're gonna take the car and leave me here.
So, like, what is happening? Because right now it looks like he's just big chilling. He's on his back porch with a dog. I think he's got his socks on, and he's like smoking a cigar or something. What does he need to do? I'm so confused. Like, I wish I had the context for all this. He's still recovering from his heart surgery stuff? Oh. Oh, maybe.
Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back.
Like,
when you're back.
why does she say that? Like her response there, I'll be back when I'm back. What does that mean? Like, everything is so confusing. What do you mean, I'll be back when I'm back? Wait, is it gonna take like an hour or two? Or are you gonna be gone for like 8 hours? Or, everything is so confusing here.
It doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Steven.
And then the only way out of this is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
I will say,
the only way out of what? Out of what? Out of having one car?
it is a really bad idea to be highly stressing your wife while she's this pregnant. It's bad for the baby, and it's bad for your wife.
Take an Uber.
It doesn't seem like this is about the car.
No, it's not.
It's not about the car. Clearly not.
It's either about some other shit or control. That's what it is. That's what I see.
Plenty of studies back that up. Like, stress actually makes adverse pregnancy outcomes by disrupting blood flow, high blood pressure, having a low birth weight infant, preterm birth. And so you just have to be mindful.
I also, dude, I'm such a Crowder dick suck right now. I could understand Steven Crowder not wanting to take Ubers, right? Like, maybe he's had, because he's kind of famous, maybe. That's a little bit of a stretch. Like, is somebody gonna beat him up in an Uber? Doesn't he conceal carry everywhere? Doesn't he have his stupid fucking straps? Couldn't he fucking have his gun everywhere? But like, maybe, I don't know.
When someone is that pregnant, it's not a good idea to be in these kinds of situations continuously. And from what she described, their marriage has been tenuous like this for a long time.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect. Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
Hillary,
Steven?
you give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Steven, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it.
And this is the watch it. I drew the boundary at abuse and at abuse and something else. And now she's saying your abuse is sick, and this is when he gets triggered. Watch it, right?
Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need you to stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And
So this could be, from her point of view, saying I love you here could be a manipulator tactic to where you're saying like, oh, well, I'm gonna trigger you and I'm gonna tell you I love you. Or it could be a genuine de-escalation tactic. Like, hey, listen, we're fighting, but I still love you. Like, I don't hate you, okay? I love you. I'm sorry we're fighting, right? It could be either, but we don't know. We have no idea, right? We don't have the context. It could, like, almost everything being said here could mean two completely different things. Him saying I don't love you here is pretty shitty. There are some things you should never say, like, in a fight. Saying like I don't love you is probably, you probably should never say that in a fight. There's not gonna be an excuse to that. It's just a really shitty thing to say.
the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it. You go, no, but I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves.
So like,
no,
you see,
but I love you more than
again,
life itself.
we don't have context for the relationship, but like, let's say that she does that all the time. That could be, of course, I think everything she says and does is wrong. I'm literally giving you, I'm perma-banning you, you're never coming back. Hold on, actually, I'm gonna look up alts for you, and I'm banning every single alt. I'm literally giving you both sides. Hold on, wait, before I perma-ban you, Nix, are you deaf? Can you not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Yeah, I'm not banning you. I wanted to, though.
That's not fair. It's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right, right in that. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy of a wife, no, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go. I'll get texting that you need. I'll get you.
Hillary, come on now. A wife, no, not as a wife. I didn't say as a
Hold on, bros. It's something else. I will be the only one correct here. I will shower me in your hatred. I should have watched this video more closely when it first came out. I'm not even noticing. There's like 8-second cuts here too. What's going on here? Look at the timestamp down here. 12:38:03.
worthy of a wife, no, not.
We just lost 8 seconds of footage here. Why? How many cuts are in this video? I've never actually even paid attention to that before. We just lost 8 seconds. Why does he say she's unworthy? Like, what if he, for instance, now he could have said like some personal, disgusting things though. You're unworthy because you're a slut whore. And they wanted to cut that because it's unnecessary. Now, I don't know why you wouldn't bleep it. Wait, was that Abba's editing? Wait, hold on. I need to rewatch the original. Hold on. This. Give me the original. Let's watch this. I'm so curious now. Okay. Is there a better site that hosts video than this dog shit fucking laggy piece of shit sub shit?
I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it.
I picture. Oh, thank you, God, Jesus. Okay. It's a ring cam, Destiny. It cuts after a certain time and will start again in motion. I don't believe you. No shot that it was cutting here and this fucking guy. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. That it was cutting at these exact moments and then re-coming back and no way. Okay.
I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do rightful things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
There is no groceries. I'd be happy.
Steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first?
So like here, that was a massive cut. 12:36:05. How much time did we just cut out?
It's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about
40 seconds. We just lost 40 seconds. What was going on here?
you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes, other than man, other than man, receive love and respect. No, other than man, no, you're not taking the car.
Stephen,
You're not taking the car.
Stephen,
You are not.
then I
taking
will ask them to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not a threat, Stephen.
Give it an Uber.
Okay, Stephen,
I have to start watching chat. I'm looking for.
Feeling some constraints?
Stephen.
Like, I can't
Stephen.
go. Listen to me. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't go. I can't.
Oh, hold on. When he says like I can't go to the gym, I can't go to my parents. Is this because of COVID maybe? Is it all closed down and his parents are like sick maybe? Cuz this footage was this from 2020 or 2021? Oh, I see it. It's right here. I'm sorry. When June of 2021? Were we in like COVID times, lockdown shit and everything? The video is 3 minutes and 28 seconds long, but it starts at 34:58 and it ends at 39:08, which means 4 minutes and 10 seconds was cut out. Oh, I'm sorry, there's not 4 minutes cut, there's 40 seconds cut, my bad.
Be home. You're gonna take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Stephen.
The only way out of it is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect.
Yeah.
There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Stephen.
Hillary, you give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Stephen, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Stephen, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it. Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need you to stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it, you go, no. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right. We're at an impasse. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife.
That was the 8-second cut we saw in Abba's video.
Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go. I'll text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
those things?
I'm not trying to.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to it. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things?
Like, and this is something we need to kind of why does she not want to walk the dog? Like, what's going on with the dog too? That's something I'm so curious about. Poor doggy.
I'm good.
Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs? Don't you take that in?
It's not about the dogs.
I drew a boundary.
Damn. I think she's overwhelmed, right? Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. Damn, this is all so sus. This is some sussy baka shit.
Not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go. I'll text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm not trying to.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to it. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves.
Okay, so it sounds like he's demanding from his 8th-month pregnant wife to do some labor to prove that she's committed because he feels like she just says stuff and doesn't do it with actions. Apparently she didn't want to walk the dogs because apparently to some degree it could be poisonous towards the child, and he really wanted her to. So those are some of the many problems that they have together.
Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm good.
Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs? Don't you take that in?
She won't put on the gloves, so why won't he help the dog with medicine? Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's so weird, right? Like, it's just giving dogs medicine. Why can't you do it?
This last statement is, because I didn't hear it. Him saying, I will fuck you up. That's obviously something you should never say to your partner. I don't think there's any context that makes that acceptable. But again, you don't hear it on camera, so I can't say too much. I will read a little bit, a couple excerpts from the article itself. They say that she's been spending years hiding her husband's mental and emotional abuse from her family, and that he lied about the circumstances around their divorce, and that he wasn't present for the birth of their children. Nobody's saying that anyone was beaten in this marriage or that there was infidelity. And in audio files and text messages that Yashar received, Steven Crowder admits to some of his faults, which include a volcanic temper, repeatedly and at times regretfully. Apparently, this is one thing that I thought was really interesting. Crowder, in the video you guys saw earlier, complains about the no-fault divorce things. In June 2021, Steven left their home to pursue elective surgery. Hillary urged him to get help he needed to address his behavior with the hope that their marriage could be saved and that they could peacefully live together as a family. Instead, Steven refused to do so and chose to not be with his wife during the birth of their twin children. Hillary was unaware that Steven Crowder had hired a divorce attorney and asked his assistant to cut Hillary off financially. There is significant documentation substantiating these facts.
And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted.
Him going out talking about she wants a divorce, but he's been talking to a divorce lawyer, and then he's been cutting her off financially. Those kind of circumstances make things a little bit sus.
Well, but then also, again, we don't know anything, right? It could be the case that she was threatening to divorce him, so then he got a lawyer first. Just because somebody got a lawyer first doesn't mean we don't know where the proceedings start. We have no idea. It could be that he was planning to truly snake the fuck out of her and he hated his kids and blah, blah, blah. That could be the case, but it could also be that they've been talking about divorce and she threatened it and he's like, okay, whatever. And then he hires a lawyer in the background to start protecting his assets. Possibly, right?
Weird. Yes, especially when you say something different publicly. Like
what you claim like, yes, you wanted this because I got money, but you went when she didn't even know about a divorce.
Yeah,
you felt it.
What are your thoughts on this?
Well, it's not something that we should care about because that's from the personal point. What's happening with his wife actually changes nothing in my perception of that guy.
Yeah, it just more so confirms a lot what we already know.
Like a Don King perm, we already knew. You know what I mean? So I'm not big, especially when you don't expose your wife like that. You don't put your wife out there like that. You know what I mean? You don't put your, so I'm not. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I want to do that. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? But then again, it really doesn't change much.
No.
So
I would say this confirms a lot of what I already suspected about him from everything I've heard from everyone else, including people I know personally who've worked for him.
Yep.
I'll say that I also is interesting to hear someone complain about the fact that one party can choose to make a divorce.
Only one party can divorce.
I understand people don't want divorces to be taken lightly, but the idea that you would need the consent of the other person in order to set up a divorce, no. Especially not seeing that kind of conversation and what I saw unfold. If that is more of the norm and that dynamic that was presented in the video is true for the entirety of the marriage or most of it, then I would want a scenario where the person who's having to suffer that at 8 months pregnant can file for a divorce if need be. I do think, you know, there should be some measure of couples counseling or things like that that people have to go through for an extended period before that's possible. But it shouldn't be mandatory because not everyone's circumstances are the same. And the last thing I would want is for someone to be stuck in a marriage with somebody who beats them, who treats them terribly every single day or whatever the fuck it is. Like, I don't know, it's just weird hearing you say that, especially after finding out that this man was talking to a divorce lawyer. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And that's what makes it seem like he's just doing a bunch of PR bullshit online for his right-wing grift, is because he's just out here pandering like, oh my God, I'm such a good Christian. I don't even believe in divorce. And my wife, you know, in this non-Christ-like manner is able to divorce me without the... It's like, man, shut the fuck up. If you were really talking to the divorce lawyer, man, off yourself. Get the fuck up out of here. That is the most disingenuous PR stunt to control a narrative publicly.
Yeah, but again, we don't know, right?
And that's what Steven does a lot. You saw it when he recorded the phone call with his then friend, or so-called friend, where he recorded the call and then put that shit out to the public to like frame him a certain type of way after editing out many parts. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the comments, there's a bunch of right wingers that are like, he's weird.
Yeah, and
he's
also
weirdo.
Apparently likes cross-dressing, all this other stuff. I don't really care. But him just accusing people of extorting him, like, show the proof. Show the proof. You guys love facts and evidence.
Show the facts and evidence.
Yeah. But as far as what I saw in that video, yeah, that shit don't look good. But I'll reserve judgment because there may be more context that could make me change my mind. But in a vacuum, that shit don't look nice. And with the context of who this man is, that shit don't look nice.
True.
And so that's probably my overall take.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nah.
Anything else on the floor?
You're not gonna send your wife pregnant to get an Uber?
I got multiple cars.
And you don't even make Crowder money.
I don't make Crowder money.
How this man got one car?
I don't make Crowder
There's
money.
no reason. You should have 3 of his.
That is really weird. The one car thing is really weird.
Environmental. I'm
3.
Bruv, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt.
3.
But in the summer, I got a way out. It doesn't matter.
3.
I am not that. I remember the number. The not whatever.
What a wild ride.
What kind of man are you looking for, honey?
What a wild ride this is gonna be. Damn, when Crowder starts leaking shit. It's gonna be wild. Crowder made a statement on his Twitter. Yeah, I saw. He said he's gonna start basically leaking shit. So we're gonna see. That's why I said shit is gonna get wild as. Where do we leave off with the Kai Cenat rape vid? Well, he released that video, but the girl was telling him to release the audio. Now he's saying he doesn't want to release the audio, which is really weird. Now that kind of makes him look even worse than before he released the video. The video made him look maybe a little bit better, although you're releasing revenge porn, because it was like, oh, the girl doesn't seem like she's sleeping, maybe she's cognizant. But now when she's saying, well, why don't you release the audio, motherfucker? And he's like, not releasing the audio. Now I think it all just makes him look worse, because now he basically revenge porn somebody. It doesn't even really exonerate him if he hid the audio for kind of a weird reason. Because it was kind of weird too. His reason is like, well, I don't want people to be jerking off to this. Like, bro, we don't need audio to jerk off to a fucking video of you fucking somebody. Well, that's the most retarded reason in the world. And now she's saying release the audio and he won't do it. Now it kind of makes you... Now it kind of makes you wonder. Now it makes it maybe even look worse. So, yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
Dave Landau is spilling all the tea in what I, at least, would call an explosive tell-all interview with Michael Malice. I mean, he is not pulling any punches and has revealed at least his own reasons for why he parted ways with Steven Crowder and is no longer appearing as a co-host on Louder with Crowder. Now, if you're not familiar with Dave Landau, he's a comedian. He was previously on Anthony Camilla's show, and like I mentioned, was on Louder with Crowder as well, but a while ago he stopped appearing in episodes. And there was never really any statement given as to why, so it left a lot of fans wondering, hey, where's Dave? Where'd Dave go? Is he just on a break? Is he gonna be back? Or is he just done with the show entirely? Well, after Crowder's show went on break, because of the whole DW situation, which we will be addressing more, and the show relaunched, Louder with Crowder relaunched on Rumble, and Dave still was not there, it appeared like, yeah, he was totally done, and it didn't seem like any official reason would ever be given, which, you know, does happen, and that's kind of fine. I mean, outside of the entertainment industry, people change jobs all the time, and it's not necessarily always the case that something salacious or some drama happened. However, if we are to at least believe Dave's side of things, drama was definitely at play here. I do want to say thank you to today's sponsor, Patriot Gold. According to a lot of people, the 2023 financial crisis has begun. According to Bloomberg, for example, the missing...
Bro, I feel like I've heard we're gonna enter a recession or some sort of financial crisis for like 2 years. Where is it, fam-a-lambs?
If you haven't seen Dave's interview with Michael, I recommend you check it out yourself just so you get first-hand knowledge of what exactly he said. But among the things he alleges Crowder did while they were working together was, number one, have a light installed in the studio to stop Dave from talking over Crowder. So you get first-hand knowledge of what exactly he said. But among the things he alleges Crowder did while they were working together was, number one, have a light installed in the studio to stop Dave from talking over Crowder too much.
It became a little weird because a light was put in where it was his rant button. It was basically a Dave don't talk button.
So it's like he had a rant button. He's got an actual epic Vosh rant button. Like, I'm doing a rant right now. I'm doing an epic fucking Vosh rant right now. Please do not interrupt me. I need one of these.
Camera, but in your eyesight.
Yes, and
would he be the one pressing the button, or was there a producer pressing the button?
He would press it.
So, like Mr. Burns, like he had a button under his desk or the table, and when it's Steven's turn to talk and Dave needs to shut the F up, he presses this button.
Yes.
And Dave also mentions a specific event where there was some tension over who a guest co-host might be that ended in Crowder literally yelling at him over the phone.
So I just texted Steven and said, hey, I just talked to the showrunner. I just want to make sure it's still cool that Matt comes in. And he texted me something back along the lines of, what's done is done. I said, what does that mean? It's your show, which is ironic. That's what he said. And my phone rings, and, you know, I don't want to go...
Okay, I might be crazy. I can be a petty motherfucker. And I guess I deal with a lot of kids in my industry. A lot of this shit talking feels like children, though. Like, if you're gonna come out here and blow your employer up, I'm thinking like, so I work for Steven Crowder. This motherfucker said you work Friday and Saturday for free. I didn't get paid for 20% of my time there, right? Or like, after we'd finish shows, Crowder was in a drunken stupor and would sometimes like hurl racial epithets at us. Okay. Or like I signed a contract saying I get paid this much, and instead he said at the end of the term, oh, if you don't like it, sue me, right? That's what I'm thinking of. But instead, it's like these like leaks are like, well, he's got a button and when he doesn't want us to talk, he pushes a button and it's really bad. And then one time when we had a guest on his show, he said, what's done is done. It's like, who the fuck cares? Like, it's such weak bullshit. Like, it's so cringe. Like, you all sound like little babies. Like, yeah, people do weird shit on their shows sometimes, but like, this isn't like a big expose tell-all. I don't know.
Greatly into the conversation between us, but it was, he's like, do you still want to be on Louder with Crowder? And I said, not at the moment. And, he starts going off on me, and now there's a ton of people in my apartment who can hear it.
Wait, he's literally raising his voice?
He's screaming at me.
Okay, so literally raising his voice, not just being stern, like to the point.
So like, raising his voice? He's literally raising his voice at me. Like, I mean, like, okay. Literally, he's not even being stern. He's actually raising his voice.
Point where people, it's audible.
It's audible?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's started stern, but then it got into telling me that he owns me and
in those words.
Yes.
And as that Timcast article mentions, there was also this proposed very strict 5-minute tardy rule where Dave could not be more than 5 minutes late to when he was supposed to show up, lest he not be paid at all or even allowed in the office. And to be clear, there's a difference between a call time and an airtime when you're in something like a podcast. A call time is when you're supposed to show up at the studio or on the set to, get ready and just ensure that you're there with plenty of time before you need to go on. That's very different than the actual time that the podcast will be starting. So to be clear, in this contract, or at least this proposed clause, they were saying that Dave could not be more than 5 minutes late from when they tell him to get there, even if that left him with plenty of time to actually be on the show.
Okay, this is another thing. I think Lauren Chen has worked in real media before, because she's on The Blaze. Okay, bro, I know this from band and shit, okay? Call time is when you're supposed to fucking be there, okay? If we've got a show at 5 and call is at 4:30, your ass better be there at 4:30. I don't want you to waltz in at 4:50 saying, oh no, I'll be ready in time, don't worry. No, fuck you. I want to know at 4:30, everybody's there that's supposed to be there, and then we're gonna go through either a rehearsal, a setup, we're gonna get ready. I don't want people running in at 4:52 with a Starbucks coffee, like, oh shit, hey guys, what are we doing? Like, let me go set up, we'll be good in like 8 minutes, like, we're fine. Like, bro, like, yeah, if call time is 4:30, then you are there at 4:30. Well, for a band, it's you're in your seat with your instrument out at 4:30, right? But like, yeah, the idea like, oh, well, as long as you're there in time to start, bullshit. That's not what call time means, motherfucker. It's not a suggested show up time. It's not like it'd be nice if we be your time. It's I need you here at this time so that like the production and everybody can be set up and ready to go. Not air time. You're not there by air time. You're there by call time. I don't know. It's really strange because she was on the Blaze for a while, I thought, with Glenn Beck. Maybe they didn't do any live shows, but like, damn, bro, what is this? That's such a weird thing for her to say. Like,
And I know a lot of people might say, well, not wanting someone to be late for work, that's not exactly a crazy thing. But First off, 5 minutes is not a lot of leeway. Like, I think you're pretty punctual if you're only 5 minutes late, at least.
She's from California. She's from California. I don't care what her Wikipedia says. I do not care what her Wikipedia says. She was born and raised in Los Angeles. To say some wild shit like that, she must be. She absolutely must be. That's the most Canadian born? Maybe is there like a California in Canada? That is the most Californian shit I've ever heard in my entire life. If you're only 5 minutes late, you're basically like the most on-time person. This is such a wild video to me, bro. What the fuck am I listening to?
For work, that's not exactly a crazy thing, but first off, 5 minutes is not a lot of leeway. Like, I think you're pretty punctual if you're only 5 minutes late, at least in my opinion. And the second thing, and I think why this was especially strange, at least to Dave, is that according to Dave, Crowder's team would often change the time that he was supposed to be at the studio, which of course made it hard to be punctual when, you have other work to do for the show, and they're changing the time you're supposed to be there, 7 a.m., 5 a.m., whatever it may be. And I think if you want someone...
Wait, how would it change? Are you doing show prep like day? I don't know. I feel like Destiny. Nobody talking about Crowder right now is doing so in good faith. They all see an opportunity to get into good graces with the many enemies he's made in the right-wing media. They're all looking at the surface material and going, how can I spend this the worst way possible? That is exactly what's happening. When Crowder, also, by the way, Crowder for trying to go at the Daily Wire because he did it in a stupid way. And he did it apparently with way too many skeletons in his closet. So Crowder himself here, and now his divorce is being dragged out to make fun of him. Nobody gives a about his wife. Nobody gives a about his family, least of all conservatives, okay? All of this shit is being wheeled out now, and now you've got all of these like political slugs / leeches coming out like, oh yeah, did you guys know that Steven Crowder drank sparkling water? And it's like, it's trying to like hop out on like every cringe thing they possibly can. This is and it's so funny too, because this is a conservative, right? These are conservatives that we hear all the time. What do they say? Pick yourself by your bootstraps. Show up to work on time. Have some personal responsibility. Take some goddamn accountability on your life. Do what you can to better your situation. That's the conservative mindset constantly. Don't make excuses. Don't be on food stamps, you fat fuck. Starve. Don't go to get unemployment insurance. Get a job, you lazy fuck. And now it's like, well, if you're only 5 minutes late to work, is it even really that big of a deal? Like, if you miss call time, as long as you're there, like, by airtime, it should be okay. And, like, what if your boss is changing your schedule around by a few hours all the time? You might not be able to prepare, right? Like, you sound like the biggest pussy in the fucking world. You have a dream job. You're working in online content creation for political media. You can show up to work on time. What the fuck? I don't know. That's just wild to me. It's just so funny.
Want to be on time, ensure they're on time, it's always a good idea to give them as much heads up as possible. But in any case, the general vibe I got from Dave's account of the time that he was on the show, it seems like Crowder has control issues, to say the least. Specifically, Dave mentioned things like Crowder wanting him to be in studio or like on call, on location, even when Dave had nothing to do at the studio, wasn't filming, wasn't even part of rehearsals. Crowder still wanted him to be physically there for reasons that escape my understanding, but to which Dave attributes to just, yeah, literally wanting control over him.
What?
Hello?
Hello, what do you want? I'm streaming.
Oh, okay. Maybe another time then.
Okay, bye.
Hi, stream. Okay.
Why just randomly call me? What do you think is gonna happen? I'm a streamer. I'm always streaming, okay? I'm a workaholic. I don't know why Lav would just call me in the middle of my stream.
He wanted me to be there on more Fridays, and that started being a point of tension because I started making money on the road, and I did say I would be there on more Fridays, but every time I would show up, he wouldn't show up.
Hello, what's up? How you doing today?
About Steven not wanting him to leave Dallas to go on tour, even if it didn't necessarily affect him being on the show. Like, they would have stipulations, or they wanted to have stipulations of how many weekends Dave could be in town versus out of town, even though Dave didn't work weekends.
Can't be gone any more than every third weekend.
No, wait, so let's break this down also. Steven has started touring as a comedian.
Yes.
Steven is no dummy. Steven is very well aware that you and every comic, weekends are when you tour, hit the road, you make the money. So he is very clearly taking that secondary or even primary, possibly at this point, source of income from you, because...
Okay, what were they doing in contract negotiations? If some motherfucker is offering you a contract saying you can't be away for any fucking weekend, why did you sign it? He just seems like a shit boss? No, again, oh, you guys just, I don't know how to make you guys understand. One side of the story doesn't mean anything. Like, what's the other side? What's going on here? Why is this comedian guy, apparently, if that's an important thing, why is he signing a contract saying they can't go anywhere on weekends? What are you doing? What's the other side of the story? That's what I want to know. Bitch.
Because you're just going to be sitting in Dallas for no reason.
And throughout the interview, Dave also talks about how basically Steven wanted control or ownership over Dave's comedy special, which Dave had never agreed to give to Steven.
And then the next thing is comedy special releases through Louder with Crowder, because he always felt that he owned my special, even though, because he let me keep the door that night.
Okay.
But I didn't sign anything that said, oh, you're letting me keep the door, so now you own my comedy?
And on top of that, another common theme.
What does it mean when you say keep the door? Like he was filming in their studio or something? Also, if it was produced or sold with Louder with Crowder, why would you not assume that he owns it? Or at the very least has some type of license for it? Like, would that not be a standard assumption? Oh, ticket sales. Is it like being sold as a Louder with Crowder comedy special?
In the interview is also Steven apparently almost being, it seemed, afraid that Dave would be upstaging him, having funnier jokes or getting more attention.
It was just, hey, don't be funnier, don't be, and that's the truth. I mean, it sounds bitter, but I knew it was true because I was pulled aside and I said, and it was, hey, make sure if you're doing a rant or like you guys are riffing, he gets the last word.
You were told this explicitly?
Yes.
Now, obviously, these allegations don't look good for Steven Crowder. I think having someone who worked with or for you leaving on bad terms, that's never a positive thing if you are an employer. But what makes this whole situation look especially bad for Crowder, honestly, is the previous drama he's had with the Daily Wire, and I'm sure we are all familiar with what I'm talking about. If you're not familiar with it, I did do my own stream addressing the situation. Give that a watch if you haven't seen it. But essentially, during that whole fiasco, Steven Crowder was trying to paint himself as, you know, the morally upright party, the party who's in favor of fairness, or at least fair contracts, and not taking advantage of people, even if you have the power to do so. And if you've seen that stream of mine, you'll know, and I'm not gonna lie, in that particular instance, I definitely wasn't on the Daily Wire side. I've said it before, I don't like how that company does business. That bridge is already burned, so I have no problem talking about it. I mean, I like a lot of their work. I definitely like a lot of their hosts, but to me, that was not a good term sheet. That was, I would even go as far as to say, exploitative. However,
I don't know if these people, is this an act or are they all retarded? I actually don't know. I wish I could talk to one of these people. Like, I can't tell if they are actually fucking retards or if they're all just trying to like clout shark on all the Crowder drama right now. I just can't tell. An exploitative first offer term sheet. Get a fucking pen out and cross some shit off then. Jesus Christ.
just because I don't like the way that the Daily Wire behaved in that situation, that doesn't necessarily mean that Steven Crowder was in the right. And I know that a lot of people who watched that stream came away saying, oh, you're just simping for Crowder, yada, yada, yada. But it's like, in that stream, I explicitly mentioned that Steven Crowder has his own problems, and he is certainly hard to work with. Well, this is a great example of those problems and him being hard to work with. And honestly, I'll go so far as to say, yes, if what Dave is saying is true, then in my opinion, this does make Steven Crowder a hypocrite. I mean, in my opinion, you can't in good faith complain about exploitative contracts while also simultaneously trying to get your co-host to start their own show every week on your network while offering them no extra money, which is something that Dave says Steven did try.
Tried to get, wait, hold on.
Next thing is he's ready to start his own show by his own Friday show by October 14th. So now I have a show every Friday for no extra money. So I can't tour on Fridays.
Let's break this down. So you are going to have your own show, which is a plus.
Yes.
But you're not getting paid a single dime to host your own new show on his network or his platform.
Correct.
From where I'm standing, even if—
Wait, then why would you even agree to do it? So there's so much weird shit going on here. If what that guy's saying is true right there, then why the fuck would you even agree to do that show? Wouldn't you just say, no, I don't want to? He said no and left? Oh, okay.
Only a fraction of the things Dave says about Steven are true, it still paints him as someone who is very hard to work with, very controlling, and someone who, yeah, the rumors about are true, because Steven, I've mentioned this in the stream, he does have a reputation in this industry as being difficult to work with and kind of a diva. And I would say that the fact that Steven has such high turnover for his show, for co-hosts and things like that, it kind of does, in a way, lend credence to the idea that perhaps this man is not the best to work with. You know what, obviously, as someone who's had my own interactions with Steven that didn't end that great, if you guys, again, have seen the stream, you'll know what I'm talking about. I do recognize the fact that perhaps I'm just kind of biased against Crowder here, so I did want to go over some of the points that Crowder's defenders have brought up. Specifically, one of the points of contention that Dave mentions with Michael many times is that when he was appearing on Ladder with Crowder, they were supposed to be plugging his tour dates and his show dates because he was actually making quite a bit of money on the road versus just being a co-host, and it's almost like he was part of the package of him being on Crowder was getting that exposure to promote his tour. However, Dave says that after a certain point on the show, he wasn't able to promote his tour dates. He was being told specifically, don't plug your tour. That, or he was only able to plug tour dates that involved Steven because they did tour together for at least a while. Now, I don't watch Louder with Crowder enough to be able to give a statement as to what does or does not happen regularly on the show, but according to fans of Louder with Crowder, perhaps Dave is overestimating the amount that he was stopped from plugging the show. As this person on Twitter explains, Dave, I love you, man. Crowder always seemed like a tough guy to work for, but I watch every day. The claim that he didn't promote your shows just isn't true, man. I always knew where you were. It was mentioned all the time. Sorry you did like that, but that was hard to buy. To which Dave responded, I didn't say he never did, and no, people didn't, and it was a point of tension. And Dave also explained on Twitter saying, I'm only posting this because it's a common response and misunderstood. He promoted my appearances for a long while, no question. It became a daily battle behind the scenes when my new contract was thrust all over my face and chest. And this interview and this whole drama with Michael and Dave, this is something that was discussed on the Timcast episode with Ryan Long. And I did watch that segment on YouTube, and I scrolled through the comments, and there were actually a lot of Crowder fans saying, hey man, Dave, I like you, but your shows were getting plugged a lot. And again, I personally can't speak to how often they were or were not being plugged, but to play devil's advocate here, obviously there are two sides to every story, and maybe in Crowder's mind at least, they were doing their end and promoting his show plenty. Additionally, other people have said things like, hey man, being expected to actually show up for a job you're being paid for and to not be late, that's not really that big of a deal. I don't know why you're complaining, which, hey, I would love to know from you guys. Do you think that the
should have to
things
show up
Dave
on time?
accuses Crowder of, if true, do you think they are that big of a deal? Because obviously what we found out during the whole Daily Wire debacle was that, yeah, people do have different standards of what is and what is not acceptable in a workplace. And I mean, at the end of the day, perhaps this is a situation where no one was necessarily in the wrong, but it's just that these were two people with different work attitudes that didn't mesh well together. Which brings us to another criticism that people have of Dave after seeing this interview, that none of this needed to be public, and him coming forward with it all was actually in pretty bad taste. Case in point, Jeffrey Richardson on Twitter tagged Dave saying, I don't know if this was necessary to do, to which Dave replied, I was denied a face-to-face conversation and I'm not welcome back. I have to say why I left. I don't have the power and reach he has. At the end of the day,
but that's not true either. You can very easily just say, you know, me and Louder and Crowder parted ways. You know, we had our time together, but there were differences. We had disagreements over future contracts and plans, and now we've decided to do our own thing. Like, you can just say that and leave. You don't have to be super dramatic about it.
The interview with Michael Malice, Dave makes it very clear that he's not asking people to stop watching Steven's show, and that moving forward, he wishes Steven nothing but the best. But I think a lot of people who are supporting Steven right now in light of this new information may no longer want to do so. And now I don't think it's my place to tell people where they should or should not spend their money. But if you are someone who's part of
I have
finding enough time to do your line. I'd hand up the pages, and then I'd kind of be comatose for a few days, right? And that's the burnout cycle. Now, I think if you are in that cycle and you know you can take a break after that, it's quite a good feeling, right? It feels like a rush, right? It feels like a creative compression and then sort of release, right? And I kind of just realized at some point that there was like a lot of drama there, and that it wasn't necessarily doing my life any good. You know, I just sort of found that, you know, I wouldn't have much time after that deadline. I would really be ineffective. And it's almost like I'd sort of get into this mindset of saying it's like a vicious cycle where I'd get it done and then I'd say, right, that's it, Tim. You need to make sure that next time this doesn't happen again, because we don't ever want to be there. But all my energy has been used up. You've kind of gone to redline. You've blown out everything. And so what happens is then I kind of take a break because I'm sort of burnt out. And then when I come back to it again, it's this sort of cycle of habitual action where, you know, then I kind of start procrastinating a bit because, again, it's not a sustainable ritualistic process. So what I sort of started to try and do is just understand that, like, look, it doesn't really make any difference if I, you know, sort of do that deadline crunch. All that's happening is I'm sort of just compressing the work at the end of the month, and then I'm having to take a big break, and then, you know, there's not actually more work being done, let's say, and that there's a lot of emotions there. And I think the number one key thing is that I wouldn't enjoy a lot of my procrastination time, my spare time, because I'd always be thinking, I'm supposed to be doing work. So I think there's often, and maybe you can relate to some of these ideas, right? I found that through talking to people, you know, it's not an uncommon sort of set of situations, right, that people sort of use to get themselves to do stuff. So the problem here is, like, this is functional, but I think that managing ourselves through time can be a little bit more effective if we sort of really handle these things and do two things. One is, again, to create the regular ritual, which is what I started to do. And secondly, to make sure that we appreciate and have fun in our non-creative time as well, because that, I think, is the thing that really makes the overall process a lot more enjoyable and sustainable. And again, I think that's just that sort of grinding the deadline is just something that's not possible throughout all phases of your life. So anyway, the point there is that, again, we often have strange relationships to time, and the time pressure that is put on us is something that we're often unconsciously motivated by. And unconsciously, again, what I would say in that situation is I'm actually probably subconsciously leveraging the time pressure to get me into a state and a creative process that I was finding it hard for myself to actually enter of my own free will. So it's no surprise that, again, to me, the answer and the solution to that sort of problem that I was having is to develop more of a regular daily ritual. And this is why, again, I'm often talking about this so much, and I think it's so important for developing a sustainable creative practice. What I would find through grinding deadlines like that is that I wasn't actually getting heaps of work done. I was probably getting less work done over time because it wasn't as sustainable. And if you just think about the math, I think that sort of completely tracks, right? If you're creating X amount of work per day and you have this sort of regular system that is very sustainable, i.e. you have, downtime in the day. If you're a professional artist and you're working, all day on your art, you've got time to think about things. Or again, you have like your other sort of job or the other thing that you're doing. You have family life, etc. Whatever you're doing from a social aspect, and your art fits in, as a small portion of that. If you're a hobby artist, whatever it is, like if you can increase the amount of time you're spending on your art by 10 minutes a day or half an hour a day, what you'll find is, again, the compounding of that over time will be massive, versus it's very easy to lose that amount of time just through kind of taking a few days off because you're burnt out. And again, just going through these kind of more vicious cycles. And I also think, again, if we go back to the idea of learning through sleep, essentially, I think it's much more important over time for development to have that sort of regular process where we're doing a bit each day. Because again, if I'm sort of burnt out, comatose on the couch for a few days after I just smashed my deadline, I'm not learning anything there. I'm just sort of recovering. And, I also probably wasn't learning a lot when I was, smashing the deadline and grinding. So anyway, hopefully that makes sense. Again, how a lot of this is a matter of not necessarily like finding more time. It's a matter of understanding our relationship to time and how it affects the ritual, and how over time, right, those sort of patterns can greatly affect our improvement. And again, make a massive difference to actually how long it takes us to achieve our goals. Now, just as an aside, it probably is worth unpacking that idea there that I was kind of hinting at, which is that often I think as artists, we are actually using a lot of these external environmental factors like, again, deadlines or other people or what other people think, or again, just a variety of stuff that goes on. We can often subconsciously get into these patterns of using that to motivate ourselves and get ourselves into the right state of mind. I think this is often where I talk about these concepts of artistic angst. And procrastination is sort of the talking and meditating on not drawing or not having your mojo or things not being right and needing all the stars to align before you can actually sort of do your thing. To me, this is all just noise that emanates from the need for us to feel a certain way when we're creating, let's say. And I think that often what people do when we learn from school, and again, if you've been listening for a few episodes and you know me at all, you know that, again, my thesis on a lot of sort of traditional educational paradigms is that they're normally not that effective. And they're pretty antithetical in most cases to the way we need to sort of learn art. And again, I think that the relationship most of us have to deadlines through going through a traditional sort of Western schooling system sort of bears that out. Because again, often what people do is you sort of wait until you can't wait any longer, and then you kind of have to do it. And because you have to do it, because otherwise, if you didn't start your essay or your assignment or whatever it is right now, then you know you're going to fail. There's this little sort of clock at the back of your mind that's tracking all those things. And I think what it does is it kind of turns on and says like, oh, okay, now we have to switch off all the stuff that was telling us not to do it and just go and create it. And I think that does two things. One is that it removes the editing, the neocortex from the process a little bit, which I think from an artistic standpoint is often what we're trying to do anyway. We're trying to get rid of the thinking, the editing. Oh, is this any good? Oh, maybe I suck. Maybe I won't become a professional artist. Is this anatomy right? Is this thing right? When you're on deadline, none of that matters, because if you don't do it right now, you're going to fail, and you're going to fail big time, and you're either going to lose your client, you're going to lose your money, which essentially, typically we associate with really bad things, right? It essentially is associated with like a death, right? Something really bad is going to happen. So don't edit, don't do anything. And it kind of quiets all the noise and allows us to focus. I think it's the same thing when, we're in high school trying to finish an essay, right? It just kind of removes all of the like, why am I doing this? What's going on? Like, does this matter? Can I even make this good? And what it does, secondly, is it makes us feel really good when we finish it. Now, what you find, or what I have found, is that when I do have time and when I do the more sensible thing, which is like sustainable, do it every day, try and, get things done on time before the deadline hits, is that there's more editing that we as individuals need to manage, because we don't have that stress that's kind of, giving us tunnel vision. And it means that we're dealing with those issues more, and we really have to face down those demons of editing. Is this any good? Why am I doing this? Why am I in school? Why am I writing this essay? How does this matter? Can I make this something good? Can I care about this? Should I care about this? These are all questions we now have to answer, because we have time to think about them. And when we finish, certainly when I, finish things on time, I'm more likely to think, oh, is that any good? Like, did I do that right? Again, after I finished it. Whereas there's just this massive elated feeling that we get when we finish things when we're in a huge crunch deadline. And it's this feeling of like, I am the victor, right? It's like you've kind of won an Olympic medal or something. Sometimes there's just a massive feeling of elation when you finish something and you're out from that pressure of like cortisol, stress, adrenaline, sort of existential threat and doom. And it's like, I finished it. I did. I got it done. And I think that really colors our feeling of the quality of the work, because we're like, well, maybe it wasn't the best thing, but I did it. And I did not fail. I didn't sort of, this massive negative failure didn't happen to me. And as a result, I think often what happens is that we don't really assess the quality of the work. We assess our sort of feeling and emotion through creating it, the journey, which again is interesting because that's also valid. But I do think that often we get pushed to giving ourselves stressful sort of deadline targets, because it allows us to deal with those two things. One is to feel really good when we finish it, not just kind of be like, oh, I feel good, and oh, maybe I could change some things, or like, oh, you feel unequivocally good when you finish something on deadline. And, so it gives us that real sort of hit, that event, that like, bam, this is amazing. And it also means we don't have to deal with any of the voices and the nonsense. So I think when you do manage your time and sort of, as I would sort of have viewed it back then, like sort of grow up and start doing things properly and have more sustainable stuff and all that kind of blah, 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 right? Stop just kind of living the artistic rock star life. Is that it is harder in some ways, and it does feel a little bit less intense and a little bit less creative, because we often associate those all-nighters with creativity. Again, that's something that, again, we will unpack a little bit more as we progress in this episode. But I thought that's an important thing to mention, because I've seen that sort of manifest in a lot of students and people, and it's something that I've really noticed and just found fascinating in my own experience of this, of again, you know, having those two experiences where again you're on deadline, and that's kind of something fun about that. There's something alive about that, where and even today, you know, when I'm on a deadline, it kind of it brings me back to the good old days, right? When you know, death was imminent, and you know, when you finish it, it feels like, you know, you've just sort of won some gold medal. You're sort of the victor of all. This is more a thought experiment, but again, you know, some of the things that I had, you know, sort of written down about sort of artists is that, you know, we tend to be a little bit more sensitive. So, you know, we are going to be very sensitive, as I often say, to where we are. You know, what time it is and our feelings. So again, going back to that idea of like being very motivated by these feelings of deadline and stress and pressure. I think that we tend to be very fussy about these things. And I think that's one of the things that often makes artists really good, is that they are very sensitive to all of these visual sensations. And that often comes with just also generally being, you know, in many cases high strung. And that means that it's there are more ways for us to be knocked off our game, right? Versus someone who tends to be less sensitive and more resilient to, you know, just sort of stuff happening to them. So again, just appreciate, again, we're going to tend to be pretty sensitive. The other thing to consider is that we are creative and that we're engaging in a creative practice. And what this means is that we need to really find time and build space in our life ritualistically that is protected, because I think the creative process often does need to be a situation where we're focusing, where we're not having those intrusive thoughts of editing. And again, this is where we're trying to go into flow. We're trying to build that space. So again, there might be other careers and other ideas where their method of time management might be slightly different. Tactics there might work for them versus, you know, us differently. So again, we're in a creative practice, and whatever that means to you is going to change how you relate to time and the requirements you have on time. Because again, what we're thinking about is not just, okay, you need 2 hours or 1 hour. It's what is that time like? What's the environment you're in? What's the quality of it? Is someone distracting you? Is your own things distracting you? Is your mind distracting you, etc.? Again, the creative practice is important. Now, given that general sensitivity, I think it's really important to consider the natural kind of rhythms that we sort of modified by on a biological level over time. Now, there's a number of these that, you know, we can typically point at. The one that often is talked about is the circadian rhythm. Now, the circadian rhythm is a 24-hour cycle of sort of hormonal ups and downs of sort of focus and just different things that happen to our body that, you know, key us for sleep, alertness at different periods of time, etc., etc. The ultradian rhythm is more of a sort of rhythm that repeats. It kind of is, you know, said to be sort of maybe a 1 hour or 2 hour sort of rhythm. It kind of deals with general sort of alertness, unalertness, alertness, unalertness. And that kind of just goes on throughout the day, right? So it's not necessarily limited to a 24-hour period. Other hormonal rhythms are typically called an infradian rhythm. You might have hormonal rhythms that affect how you feel and your sensitivity and your relationship to, again, focus and all of these things that are going to change, not necessarily over a 24-hour period, but over longer periods of time. Now, all of these rhythms are things that you have to consider together. They're potentially going to change based on your biological sex. They're going to change based on your age. They're going to change based on, you know, a lot of other things like, you know, just generally what your health is, how you're feeling. The key here is to understand that these rhythms are going to affect us. And a lot of the kind of typical productivity advice that's given is very much based around this sort of, you know, Monday to Friday work week, which is, again, doesn't take into consideration, you know, people who have, you know, hormonal cycles that, you know, go over, you know, sort of longer than 1 day, let's say. They're very focused on like, oh, this is all regular. We should be feeling this way at this point in time. You know, you need to be able to get up at this point in time and do this and then do this and do this. And that's kind of what normality looks like. And that's kind of the optimum sort of thing that we should all be doing. And as I've said with ritual, again, if you work at a job and you go out and you do your thing, you're going to be keyed into being alert at a particular time, and it kind of sorts out a lot of these things. I think often, again, when we're doing artistic stuff, it's less about going somewhere, as I frequently say. It's more about us managing these things ourselves. And because we're sensitive, I think we have to pay more attention to our own set of sort of day-night hormonal rhythms that, again, are going to affect how we feel at different periods of the month, of the day, and again, sort of hour to hour. And if you can kind of harness that and understand that is a fundamental aspect of time as it relates to your energy and focus at a particular point in time, that, again, if you can kind of harness and hack that, like a lot of these other ritualistic elements, it means that a lot of the effect sort of takes care of itself. And what we want to avoid doing is to, view ourselves as just sort of very mechanistic, right? Again, the story that's told about sort of Western cultural sort of, work ideals is very much like, humans are just machines and our emotions are just machines and you can just kind of train anything. And it's like, well, that's kind of true, but you do have to appreciate the machine, and the machine is not necessarily some mechanistic sort of logical rational thing. It runs on a lot of this other sort of weird, wacky, rhythmical sort of up and down sort of patterns. And if you appreciate that, I think it's very easy to sort of get the energy when you need it and notice when you do have focus and when you don't have focus, and to utilize that time and understand that, again, you if you think about focus as something that you have to kind of mine, right? You have to kind of find it throughout the day and sort of pick and choose those areas of focus and sort of treat them as very precious, and use the areas of, low focus to do things like relaxing and chilling out. Because, again, in a similar way, those are periods of your day, of your week, that are good for relaxing. And if your body's keyed into relaxing at those times, it's going to be very effective and efficient at relaxing. So again, that's how I kind of view this, right? Is that the us is very much made up of a sensitive, sort of creative individual who is going to be very much benefiting from appreciating and understanding and hacking these natural rhythms. So hopefully a lot of that gives us context, right? Which, again, is often what I'm trying to do, is go a little bit deeper and try and really discuss these concepts. But a lot of that is information. It helps us to understand the frame and get a better view on what we're trying to do. But I think what I want to do next is talk about the specific strategies that we would use as regards time. Now, if we look at a lot of, sort of popular literature, in my experience, again, most of it is talking about very similar things, as I was just saying. What we're trying to do is not just find more time, we're trying to manage our relationship to time, and a lot of that is about focus. So there's a massive intersection between these sort of ultradian, circadian rhythms and also the idea of flow, getting into flow and what focus means. So that's what I really want to try and unpack and look at, like, what is the kind of time that we're trying to capture and how do we manage it? And also, how do we become more aware of it? Because one of the biggest challenges when it comes to this idea of time management is believing it. It has to not just be an intellectual thing. A lot of what you're doing is you're training your body to believe in a different narrative to these other toxic deadline-based narratives. So if we view those two ideas, and again, they're emblematic, they're not necessarily 100% going to overlay onto your reality, but one is, again, this idea of crunching the deadline and using that as a motivating factor, like compression of time and pressure as a way to motivate us forward. The other is like maybe what we could sort of view as like the ideal productivity sort of science-based method, which is, again, where we're trying to build ritual, we're trying to focus, we're trying to avoid multitasking, we're trying to appreciate the circadian and ultradian rhythms. And a lot of that is about sitting down and working for 1 hour blocks or less. There's a couple of different strategies that people tend to employ. And then making sure we disengage and relax. So a lot of this is about, avoiding the phone, right? Like really getting rid of that sort of garbage, sitting down, creating space and time for us to work undistracted, training your brain to trust, training your entire physiology to trust that if we focus for this hour, we're going to get a break. We're not going to get distractions. We're not going to get someone coming in. We're not going to have to get confused. We can relax and we can actually put all our effort into there. And I think that takes both, it takes time for your body to trust that that's going to happen so that you actually get the benefit of it. It also, I think, takes a while for your conscious mind to notice that it's actually working and then try and find ways of doing more of it. So there's a couple of concepts here, right? One is like, there's the theory of why it works. Then there's like how you actually get it happening. And then there's the idea of what happens as you over time do more and more of this, because it's like a skill that you build. The more of this focus work that you do, the better you get at it, the more you notice it works, the more you sort of want to do it. Again, these are all things that require maintenance. And again, I often find myself sort of straying off from that and being like, oh, but could I watch a YouTube video and listen to this thing while I try and do this task? And some tasks I can and some tasks I can't, right? But what I'll say is that in all cases, I can 100% confirm that my productivity is damaged to some degree if I do other things. So if we look at on one end of the spectrum, we could sort of say, here's me working, right? I'm sitting down at that desk and I'm drawing a comic book page. And I don't have any music. I don't have any distractions. I'm not thinking about anything else happening in the day. I know I've got like plenty of time to do it. And my whole focus is just doing that. I've got my phone turned off, right? I'm not looking at anything else. The other sort of side of the spectrum is, you know, sort of what, like the worst case scenario that I've kind of seen, you know, from a like sort of student situation, which is like where you have a student who is sitting in a room full of other students, and in front of those students is a world-class professional who's doing a masterclass on how to become a professional artist. Everyone in the room is a student. They're paying money to be there. They're doing these things. So there'll be someone who is sitting in that audience and they're not listening to the stuff that's going on. What they have is they have headphones on. And what they're doing is they're watching someone on YouTube, right, do something. It's often they're watching someone play a video game on YouTube. And what they'll often be doing is then sort of being on their phone at the same time, right? Sort of scrolling through whatever, right? Like Discord, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. So it's like the level of distraction is so extreme that it's kind of just completely frying the brain, I would say. And so that's like a good example of like, you know, you're like fully maxing it out, right? You're looking at one thing, but you've got another thing going on, you know, and then we're like sort of looking at our phone at the same time, right? So like multiple auditory sort of constructs going on at the same time, multiple sort of things. And again, from my experience, if we look at that from a spectrum, like the difference between me not listening to anything, right, means I'm more productive. So if I'm not listening to music, I find I'm more productive. I get into flow and I really sort of start to like focus, and I'm like, oh wow, I've been doing this for ages. And I look around and it's like, oh, it's only 1 hour has passed and I've done like a whole page, right? And I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. If I'm listening to music, I often find that there's a minimal impact on my productivity personally. If I'm listening to a podcast, there's like a pretty significant decrease in productivity. It's kind of more like, and again, I'm just spitballing, but it feels more like it's kind of like 10%, right? Like 10 to 15% of my productivity gets lost if I'm listening to a podcast or an audiobook. Now, the quality of that, right, like how stressed or how dramatic or how much that's going to make me think is going to play a factor in, right? So maybe we could say on the low end, it's like maybe, you know, again, 10% distraction, if it's just something really chill, it's one of these kind of podcast episodes, maybe like this, right? Where there's not a lot of drama going on. It's fairly long. I'm not worrying about like, oh, in half an hour this is going to end. I need to go find something else. What am I going to do? It's like pretty relaxed. On the 20% end, it might be like, it's trying to be really dramatic, or it's something political is making you think about something, making you frustrated. Audiobooks are often like a pretty good sort of ground here, right? For me, yeah, it's going to knock like 10 to 15% of productivity off, right? Again, that's because I do a lot of timing, right? So I'm pretty aware of like what does and doesn't affect me. If I'm watching something on YouTube, so podcast, but on YouTube, and I'm like looking at it, again, that's like a solid 20 to 25% like hit. Even if it's like a 3-hour podcast or something, and I'm just sort of looking at two people talking, and like maybe every 10 minutes or so, I sort of glance up and I'm like, oh, that's what's happening. It's a fairly significant amount. Now, it kind of goes downhill from there, right? So if I'm then sort of thinking about like, okay, I've got this thing happening, but then I start to get into a distracted mindset, right? It's not, again, me listening to a video podcast on YouTube that's going for 3 or 4 hours, and, I can just kind of like zone out. Again, in that case, it's still a 25% hit on productivity and focus, but it's not that bad. If I'm then sort of thinking about like, oh, I'm sort of talking to someone on my phone, or I'm like talking to someone at work via chat, and every half an hour this thing's coming up, that's when I think it really drops to sort of 25 to 50%, right? It's taking a serious hit at that point. And again, once I start doing silly things like I'm gonna check Instagram every now and then like, oh, what's this happening? And then you sort of get into a completely different mindset, which is sort of more like, oh, this person said that thing on this thing, let me go search that. And you just sort of really get out of the idea of sort of focus. So again, there's a huge spectrum there, right? And where we want to be, I think in most cases, is up at this sort of silence / audiobook / music sort of realm, right? And what that is for you, what your tolerance is for that, what you find is going to take you out of flow. But the more you can spend time in that kind of flow state where you are fully focused, the more you'll appreciate it, and the less you kind of get distracted by other things, in my experience. But in order to trust that we are not just going to be focusing all day, which I think is often what happens, is the distraction becomes because we get bored, or our focus slips. So this is why it's such a complicated dance here. What we're trying to do is not just kind of force ourselves away from this idea of getting distracted by phones. We're really also trying to make it really far less interesting and far less of a distraction that comes up. And the way you do that, I think, is by trying to compress the amount of work you're doing into more sort of focused chunks of time. And again, there's a lot of strategies for this. But the key thing to pay attention to is, again, your ultradian rhythm, which is just a kind of like a 1 or 2 hour kind of like cycle of focus versus sort of lack of focus. Now, I don't necessarily think that there's like a huge point in like trying to track what your ultradian rhythm is, right? And again, I don't know, because obviously you'd say the ultradian rhythm is kind of going all day, and you are going to be like more alert or less alert, more alert or less alert. And what you're kind of trying to do is essentially kind of like sync up with that wave. I think that the most important thing to do is just to appreciate that we kind of don't have that much sort of focus time. And I don't think it's so much about like trying to sync up with that wave and view that. Although I think what you can do is just appreciate when you do feel like you're lacking focus, and it's taking you a lot of energy to kind of keep focus on something, and you just kind of want to
In the real world, many of us are quick to judge others. This is often called the fundamental attribution error, where we blame others' actions on their personality and our own actions on external consequences. You yelled because you were tired, they yelled because they're hateful people. Online, this behavior is even more obvious. We join communities that collectively scapegoat and ridicule the other, and many of us find ourselves addicted to an endless stream of egos bouncing drama off of one another. As John Pistelli argues, we live in a state of chronic virtuousness, where social media has encouraged us to project the universality of evil onto our enemies, and simultaneously to simply wish away or ignore the irrational and sometimes darker tendencies of ourselves. We have willingly entered our digital panopticons, and in the end, we have created a social ecosystem of bickering and shaming at the behest of always being good. Unfortunately, we can't deny that which we find bad about ourselves. This is an age-old theme of psychoanalysis, a field heavily concerned with the mechanisms behind repression and suppression. Carl Jung, disturbed by the collective repression of the soul that is so evident in modern people, sees the consequences as potentially apocalyptic. In the words of Nietzsche, it is through this leveling out of the human spirit of aspiring for averageness or mediocrity where we become an almost entirely new species, with no desire for love, creation, longing, or purpose. Rather than a concern for the world and others, we simply wish for a comfortable demise. Or perhaps, as Ernest Becker was concerned, our incapacity to look inwards will bring us towards a violent future of war, of energy wasted solely on protecting our egos from that which we think we are not. Such trends will become the norm as long as we neglect acknowledging the evil we are capable of in the name of any supposed good. This video is sponsored by Brilliant. In order to understand deep philosophical concepts and engage in theory, it's extremely important to cultivate an understanding of logic. Not only is this important for one's personal journey into philosophy, it's also good for dealing with pesky family members and friends who might use circular logic or fallacies to prove a point. To interpret abstract concepts, I highly recommend Brilliant, the best way to learn about hypothesis testing, statistics, and logic. Brilliant has thousands of lessons and adds new content monthly. I've been working through Brilliant's logic course, which teaches you how to identify fallacies and stretch your analytical abilities, and it does this all in a very intuitive and interactive way. This is one of the main reasons why I like Brilliant, because it gets you to learn by doing. You get to play around with so many stunning and interactive visualizations. Importantly, interactive learning has been proven to be 6 times more effective than passive learning. To learn anything, you've really got to do it. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Sisyphus55 or click on the link in the description. The first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. Jung, in his construct of the human self, develops a useful framework in which we can both avoid the darker consequences of our repressed impulses and at the same time harness the unused and creative energy of such impulses. Jung devised the self as containing multiple aspects. The persona, for example, is our social mask. In a similar vein to Sartre's bad faith, it is the performance we put on in order to operate in the world. If the ego is our sense of continuity, in terms of memories and thoughts, the persona is the interface between the ego and the world. It filters out who we are in order to survive and even thrive. On the note of thriving, some may even fall in love with their persona at the suffering of their ego. They may live an entirely performative life. The issue here, according to Jung, is that inevitably all that we have repressed in the service of the persona will come out in some way. This collection of repressed impulses, darker tendencies, and that which our ego or society may label as shameful or harmful is called the shadow, the interface between the ego and inner self. The shadow wishes to remain out of sight, deep underground, where it can become stronger. Of course, the shadow cannot stay hidden for long. This is evident when we look at those who have crafted attractive personas, such as artists and entertainers. These are individuals who have brilliantly designed a social mask to the point in which they are admired for who they are, or at least appear to be. However, as Nietzsche notes, everything profound loves masks. In other words, a profound shadow requires a persona that can match its depths. And so we may observe that wild scandals, substance issues, and a history of trauma follows the brightest of stars. Being in the public spotlight for too long, in a state of constant observation and judgment, can lead to a breaking down of the persona and the strengthening of the shadow. Where exactly does the shadow appear? The most obvious instance is in the case of projection. Upon visiting our family for the holidays, we might feel a deep disgust for our relatives' gluttony, ignorance, cruelty, or coldness. Jung would argue that these are merely reflections of that which we dislike about ourselves, especially illuminated in the closeness we are to our family. This can also translate to entire groups. We can read the prejudicial insults of racists and political opponents as a list of their own insecurities. If the shadow cannot be denied, should we then fully indulge in its darkness? This question is somewhat flawed. Firstly, the shadow isn't entirely dark or evil, rather it is merely a reflection of that which we have repressed. Yes, this could mean our violent impulses, jealousies, and vanity, but it can also mean the creative impulses we were denied in childhood. It could mean the authentic sexual expression that has been rejected by our society. Rather than denying our shadow or fully identifying with it, Jung argues that we should, in the words of Robert Johnson, consciously incorporate it into who we are. Simply put, we need to engage in the process of assimilating the thing a person has no wish to be. Firstly, a word on the validity of Jungian treatment. One issue with psychoanalysis has been its consistent evasion from empirical scrutiny. However, it should be noted that some research, especially one meta-analysis from 2013, demonstrates that Jungian treatments have helped move patients from a level of severe symptoms to a level of psychological health, with outcomes remaining stable for up to 6 years later. However, more research is obviously necessary for Jungian analysis to be considered a scientifically recommended practice. Now back to Jung. How does one deal with their shadow? Jung believed that overall the shadow is 90% pure gold. It holds childlike and primitive qualities that can vitalize our existence. To access it, we first need to know what our shadows look like. Jung recommends observing how we feel about those who we dislike the most, whether that be ideological opponents, enemies, or rude strangers. For example, you may grow up with the belief that being assertive means to be selfish, and so with time you come to live in a state of submission, peacefully complying with others and acting as friendly as possible. This is your persona. But deep down you also come to resent those who are assertive, as you view them to be selfish, and maybe they even are selfish. But here, the validity of one's judgment matters little. Instead, you should pay attention to why this resentment exists in the first place. Perhaps your shadow, that holds the potential to be assertive, needs to be assimilated in some way. Maybe if you pay close enough attention, you can find the gold in the darkness and incorporate these repressed aspects into a fuller version of yourself. You can also turn inwards, exploring the aspects of yourself that you deeply dislike. What do you do in your weakest moments? Nietzsche, a man who lived a life of constant torment in an attempt to become himself, is an extreme version of this process. As Stefan Zweig writes, he streaks past all men and all phenomena, and the more he comes closer or appears to come closer to the self, the more feverish the craving to escape from himself becomes. Even more radical are the modifications to his being. He consumes himself in relentless self-devouring, and his road is a solitary flame. Of course, solitude is not a requirement in this process. Jung notes the utility of the trickster archetype, a shadow figure that acts as the representation of all of the inferior traits society may shame and reject. This is a common figure in most stories who, when encountered at crossroads, tends to save the hero from their own pride and guides them towards individuation. Here I see a potential connection between Jung's thought and Victor Turner's anthropological work on liminality. A product of ritual spaces and rites of passage, liminality involves the temporary suspension of the structure of nature through freeing up the generic human bonds and customs that form society. Turner notes that this process can be fueled through persons who occupy the margins and lowest rungs of society, which can traditionally include fools or jesters. They poke fun at the seriousness and rigidity that pervades our world, and in doing so, they force us to confront the silliness of pretending that we aren't also these irrational and biological creatures. They are those mythic types that are structurally inferior or marginal, and yet renew the will to maintain the norms on which the structure depends. Or, in Turner's terms, they represent the very sentiment of humanity. The trickster, then, is the symbol of the liminal state itself, and of its permanent accessibility as a source of recreative power. I wonder if, in some cases, we can achieve such a process not with a personal jester or some goblin we find along an adventurous path, but rather through friendship or a close relationship. Is this not what friends are? People that we can return to, regardless of hierarchy or status, to remind us of who we are, to laugh with and play with, to accept while also helping us work through our less attractive and even at times hideous impulses. In this respect, I can see the path of shadow work as one deeply connected to genuine friendship. To engage in liminality, for both the individual and society, is to confront the shadow. This means entering a space of disassociation, pain, and perhaps exhaustion. It requires an honest confrontation with our demons, and from this, a certain appreciation for them. As Jung would note, it is not the shadow that harbors evil, but rather that which evades light. Once the shadow is brought into consciousness, so too can it help us in becoming, in some sense, whole.
Fuck out my face, Nick. Fuck wrong with you? Where's
tread. I know your heart bleeds. Don't lose your mind.
Just a little bit up.
Let it be. I know you're dying inside.
What? Come on, let's go.
I know it gets harder. Days get longer. But close your eyes. It's gonna be alright. I know it gets harder. And days get longer. But close your eyes.